I've looked high and I've looked low. There's no one to compare to you. Climbed up to the highest mountain, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. Yeah. Went down into the deepest valley, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. I went across the deep blue sea, couldn't find one to.
Yes, good afternoon, viewers and listeners. Yes, start of the week. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Oh my, yes, beautiful day today. Yes, certainly. And as usual, we are going to be talking to, we have what I consider to be an interesting program today. You know, workers' time, yes. We have to visit the workplace today. We're going to be talking to the nurses and the teachers. Yes, that's where we're going to be focusing on, that's what we are going to be focusing on, workers' time. Yes. Be sure we're going to be talking about insurance. And as usual, we have some other important topics to talk about. Yes. But lo and behold, I have to start the program with the deadly killings. Yes, that's where we have to start this evening. The murders continue to be very high. It is lower than the rate, the number of murders since the start of the year. Yes, it is lower than what it was last year this time. The police are saying it is 20% lower. But to date, 65 murders. And that is in all 19 police divisions across Jamaica. Yes. Last year, this time, about 3 or 4 divisions were murderless. This year, all divisions, there are homicides across Jamaica. The blood is flowing. Yes. St. Andrew Central, Trelawney, and Portland were murderless last year this time. But today they have now recorded 5, 2, and 1 homicide respectively. Yes, 65. And today is the 29th of January. Yes. So 20% decline? Well, yes, 20% decline, but 65 murders since the start of the year. Way too high. Last week, there were 19 murders. Yes. That is more than almost 3 per day. And the week before there was 13. Right? So the killers are busy. St. James, that parish recorded the highest number last year. It is also the highest as we speak. And the Garden Parish, my parish, Marcus Garvey Parish, is out there. The police are saying there has been a 100% increase in the number of murders in St. Anne. Yes. That is very, 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 very bad. Very, very bad. And the police have increased their numbers. Yes. The strength of the force has been increased. They are equipped. Millions have been spent, but the bloodletting continues. Among the 19 murders last week was the killing of a schoolboy. Yes, 9-year-old. A 9-year-old schoolboy was gunned down in Clarendon. Yes, 9-year-old. I don't know what a 9-year-old could have done, but he was chased and killed. Yes. And his mother, I think, was also shot. They were among a group of people at a shop Friday night when a lone gunman, according to reports, spent time inside the shop before opening fire. And the boy, according to reports, was chased and shot. 9-year-old. No. What are we doing? Last year among the children killed was an 11-month-old child. Right? And the children are at risk. The children are being targeted. Totally unacceptable. Yes. Over in Westmoreland, in Sav, Friday night, 5 people were shot. Fortunately, none of those died, but 5. They were at a party when gunmen opened fire. Yes, at a party. Last week, you'll remember that gunmen opened fire at Tasty Restaurant at Crossroads, killing a worker and injuring a soldier. Yesterday, Friday, I think it was, or Saturday, gunmen opened fire at Mother's Restaurant in Ochi. So you are not safe nowhere. No, these are places where innocent people are there buying food. Right? They killed 1 man in that shooting at Ochi. This morning, I understand that the police arrested 5 people in connection with that shooting, including 2 policemen. Yes, the situation is dismal. Yes, dismal. In Nannyville, that is not far from where we are. Yes, we are in Rockfort. And up by Nannyville, that is up at Mountain View there, going near to the stadium. And place is now under curfew from yesterday morning because there was a double murder there. Yes. On Saturday there was a double murder, gang warfare. And a policeman is hospitalized. He was shot. He was among the cops who responded to the shooting, and he was also shot. seriously wounded. The situation is dismal. Dismal. And as you can see, the strategies being used, they are just not working. No, they are not working at all. No. Well, I see where the JLP has announced that they are having a meeting with local government councillors, and that is on Thursday. Yes, that meeting will be held in Montego Bay, I understand, and it is expected that the date for the elections will be announced at that meeting. Yes. All the JLP councillors contesting the upcoming elections and, invited to attend that meeting. So that is going to be a very important meeting, and we expect the date for the elections to be announced at that meeting. Yes. Over the weekend, the PNP called for the suspension of the distribution of fertilizer. They claim that the fertilizer was being given out on a political basis in Westmoreland. Yes. And they called for suspension of the distribution. There was a video showing fertilizers being delivered to, I think, homes, yes, and premises where the PNP claim that was the premises and shop of JLP councillors and caretakers. Rather, he issued a statement saying that there was no partisan distribution of fertilizer. Yes. So the PNP says that there was partisan distribution. Rather says no, nothing like that. But we know, one of the things that we know that it is part of the politics in Jamaica, where when it comes on to election time, that the parties, right? The parties usually do whatever they can do. In other words, they use state resources to bribe the people. Yes, that is something that has been done in Jamaica. It is not new. And you can see the number of promises that are being made now. Hello, Norris.
Yeah, good morning, Desmond Norris, sir.
Okay. I am ready for you now, you know.
I'm ready for you too, sir. Congratulations on what you do.
Okay, sir. Yes. As you were saying that in Jamaica, when it comes down to election, the parties, the political parties, have used state resources to bribe voters. We have with us now Jamaican journalist and public commentator, Norris MacDonald. And Mr. MacDonald, we are going to be having some exchanges on Gaza and other matters. Norris, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Desmond. Fine, thank you for inviting me.
Yes, sir. Yes. As I was saying that over the weekend, the PNP called for the suspension of the distribution of fertilizer because they say that fertilizer was being distributed in Westmoreland to be used as a vote buying exercise. And I'm saying that in Jamaica, this is not something that is new, because both political parties have used state resources over the years to bribe voters when it comes on to election. I am sincerely hoping that the voters, I know it is not going to happen, because the voters are going to be voting along party lines, right? But I hope that they would, put their issues, the issues affecting them on the table to these councillors and prospective councillors all over Jamaica right now, Norris. The people in rural Jamaica, they're having three main problems: water problems, bad road conditions, garbage. Those are the issues facing the ordinary Jamaicans in rural Jamaica. So I sincerely hope that they would advance these issues to their councillors and prospective councillors whenever the elections are called.
Just a quick take here, and I'm glad they raised that issue. Over the years, what has happened is that poor people, the middle class, they have been voting against their best interests.
Yes.
So the reason why we want to call it the chicken and heifer pot pork barrel can work is that there's this thing where politicians are not kept, you don't put the fire underneath them when they're in office. Let them, like, for example, you can't just get elected and we don't see you till, say, close to next election time. And also, you have two aspects of it. You need fair allocations of resources from whether the parish councils or constituencies, where X amount of money is allocated. You need money to be spent in terms of, say, water, as I mentioned, road. If we are paying such a high amount of debt payment, if the foreign debt is one of the biggest burden around Jamaica's neck, so you need to have your resources which can help solve the basic problems, and those are problems which what they're doing. We need to educate the people, really literally to rise up and put pressure on the politicians to change things. It can't keep 50 years we're under the IMF and money. We can't find money to do nothing at all. Whether it's for water, whether it's to keep down prices, whether it's better housing conditions. These are the important things that has to be addressed.
Yes, man. It is very, very, I have an issue with it, Norris, because I am just counting 60 years. I am not going back to 1944. I'm going back to, I am saying 60 years now, since independence.
Yes.
And I'm saying that too many people in Jamaica are without the basic needs. And I maintain that Jamaica is not a poor country. The people are poor, but not the country.
Right.
We have enough resources. We have enough resources in Jamaica to make provide everybody with the basic amenities. Yes, we can do that. But the situation is not being handled properly at all. No. Yes, so Gaza, Norris, you have seen the ruling by the International Court. I am disappointed with the ruling because I was looking for them to call for a ceasefire I know that
Yes.
they cannot enforce their ruling, but put it on the record, because without a ceasefire, the atrocities will continue.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You know, and this is one of the they're talking about of genocide being broadcast to the world live. It gets about that difficult to even watch the television and so on, right? And the most disgraceful aspect of this thing, and I have to say it, is President Biden's support to the atrocities where Israelis keep up, and Richard Sunak, the British Prime Minister.
Yes.
Think about it. African leaders, more African leaders have been dragged before the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, but no white, whether American or whoever European, has ever been brought for the amount of atrocities and genocide they have kept up. Now, in the case of Gaza now, it's the same continuation of this pattern where Israel has been allowed. It's over 25,000 people have been brutally murdered. And this has been allowed to be continued. So they can't say they want food to go in unless you have a ceasefire to allow the food go in.
No.
You know? Yeah, and just a quick point here, a quick take. It's like you have a serial bank robber. Are you going to say to the serial bank robber, look, I know you're going to keep robbing the bank, but don't bother beat up, if you used to beat up 10 teller, I'm going to beat up 4. Or don't beat up all the customers, just beat up some customers.
Yes.
Israel is a serial genocide actor. So to expect them to change, to put an onus on them to say, oh, be careful of your genocide, that's just rubbish.
Yes. Yes. One of the things that I looked at is that based on what the South Africans presented, I would say that they presented the facts to the judges, right?
Yeah, so very brilliant case.
The judges had the facts in front of them, right? And therefore, I would think that their findings would be based on the facts presented to them. Right?
Exactly.
Right. But from all indications, they have not ruled on the facts presented to them at all.
No, and what comes out here is it. I think it was Uganda. This one of the judges, the judge who came from their country, which, as I say, we know some of them is going to be under political pressure.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of political squeeze put where, because of the facts presented, as you say, they had to come up with something. But they had to come up with something where give President Biden escape. Because you can't call for a ceasefire, and the President of the United States, who is one of the belligerents, is saying no ceasefire.
Yeah.
America is a belligerent in the conflict, right?
Yes.
So they ignored the fact and came up with some ruling which is really like you're going to take feather and beat Israel,
Yes.
which is a waste of time.
Yes.
Because yesterday, they were saying that Israel must not call for genocide. Yesterday at a conference in Israel, in which 7 ministers of government and 12 members of the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, were calling for the expulsion of the Palestinians again, saying they're going to be rebuild settlement, literally re-annex Gaza. So the issue is this: you cannot put the onus on the side which is committing this genocide. So in other words, a ruling calling for a ceasefire would have increased more political pressure where individual countries could have put sanctions on Israel.
Yes.
More countries would be under like the parliament would have to say, we're going to ignore the ruling of the International Court of Justice just because we love the state of Israel, the criminal state of Israel. You know? So therefore, in that sense, they have betrayed. I'm not impugning the integrity of these people. I'm saying that on the basis of the facts, they have brought odium and shame to the court by not acting on the facts.
Yes, sir.
See?
Yes. And Norris, I don't know if you, I don't know if you feel like how I feel about this, because before October, if somebody had asked me if what is happening now would be possible, I would say no. I would say those things are things of the past. The era in which we are living now, no, that won't happen. But when you look at the slaughter taking place before our eyes, and it is condoned by the powers, the Western powers, it is alarming.
It's truly barbaric.
Yes.
It is so bad that Israel has digged up 16 cemeteries. You see, you have to see the genocide in our context, you know. We know, for those of us who grow in the rural areas, people are tied to the land. Your granny buried there, you want to go back and look for your granny grave, clean it up. I went to my father, I went to his grave in St. Mary Epsom, and you know, you clean up his grave, things like that. So there's a cultural, spiritual, religious thing, apart from the economic tie to the land. People have a psychic tie to the land.
Yes.
So when you say you dig up graves, it means you're destroying, you're uprooting somebody's ties to their land.
Yes.
You destroy schools, you destroy universities. Over 70% of the houses have been destroyed. So it's a purpose. It's an economic purpose.
Yes.
And I said before, Gaza is oil rich. There's 122 trillion cubic feet of gas in the Gaza Sea, right? Israel gave out oil contracts to European and American companies during the course of the war. In October and November, there were American companies, Chevron and BP, British company, were signing contracts, and Italian company, Eni. So in other words, it's not just say I'm defending myself against Hamas. No, you're perpetrating a slaughter with a purpose of getting the wealth these people want.
Yes, sir.
You know? Mm-hmm. And a quick additional point, and it must be stressed. Under international law, an occupying power have no right of self-defense.
No.
And like when in Algeria, when the French occupied Algeria, those issues come out of conflict, whether it was South Africa or wherever. People are under occupation have the right to use any means possible and necessary to free themselves.
Yes. Yes, sir.
You see?
I want you to just hold your view there for me. We are going to take a break. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Everybody sale at New Jet Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and fly, water tanks, pumps, pipes and fittings, toilets, tubs, vanities and bases, windows, paint, doors, floor and tiles, incense and grout, up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Jet Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS say you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's a new year with new savings. Get ready to renovate your space at Home and Things. Enjoy up to 50% off select items, unbeatable prices on porcelain, ceramic, and mosaic tiles. Extra specials on Spanish tiles, bathroom fixtures, faucets, windows and doors, beautiful lighting, home decor, and lots of new arrivals. There's no better time to create that new look. Enjoy New Year savings at Home and Things. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road. Jamaica builds with Home and Things.
Okay, yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. We're talking to Jamaican journalist Norris McDonald. Yes, Norris, you were saying. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, all right. So let me make a very important point here. Now, the World Court gave 5 decisions. They don't call for the demand of ceasefire, but the rulings which have called for Israel has breached 4 out of 5 really already. They say Israel must take measures to prevent acts of genocide in the Gaza Strip and report back in 1 month. They don't need to gain a report because the acts of genocide are still continuing.
Yes.
They bomb a UN camp which has in refugees, right? They shot a Palestinian who was waving a white flag, right? So now that's an act of genocide. So they say the court said Israel should prevent incitement to commit acts of genocide. The meeting by the ministers of government, Israeli government, yesterday was a breach of the court ruling. So they are already committing incitements for the act of genocide. The court says humanitarian aid must be allowed into the Gaza Strip. Now, there's a very important political thing we just started immediately, where they're attacking the United Nations Relief Association and saying that Hamas are members. No, this is a very important point here. Let me stress. It's about 6 times over the past, I think, 206, that Israel has raised charges against it. Because Israel is very cunning in their mass propaganda. And America play a role in that too. So by saying that the UN is not independent, then you can justify stopping them bringing in food.
Yes.
Let's say, for example, you say, okay, you have 1,000 members in the UN organization, and we don't know everybody doing. Let's say you say, okay, we'll find out that Tony, John, Marcia, say 10 or 20 people join Hamas. Does this mean say you're gonna find the entire organization accountable and stop food coming in? So you can see the hypocrisy and the political manipulation.
Yes. You will also observe that a number of countries have withdrawn support for that organization based on the charges that its members were involved in the October attack. So,
and that's part of the Western game.
Yes.
That is part of the Western game.
Yes.
Right? You know? But you see, quite interestingly, the United Front of Hypocrisy is breaking. Because Finland just came out and demanded a ceasefire.
Yes.
And I am proud of this younger generation, which I call Gen Z. Right? This younger generation is like when we were growing up in Jamaica in the 70s, right?
Yes.
And we had fire in our belly. What we're seeing these young people nowadays, I'm telling them, I'm so proud of them. White, black, you name them, young people have really woken up and take this Palestinian issue. In Israel itself, 2 days ago, there were demonstrations in people were holding up placard in Israel, stop the genocide. Imagine that. America, President Biden is saying he don't know genocide, but in Israel itself, right? People are holding up posters to stop the genocide. So people are waking up. Because many people like in Israel, historically, people want to live good. It's like, just to make an analogy, in Jamaica here, we're tired of this painful labor and foolishness, People want to know, say, when I was growing up, when you were growing up, you could go any community and walk up and down where they go and triple bill and nobody not bother you, right? So in the same context in the modern day politics in the Middle East, in Gaza, many people are now becoming tired, and it's occupation, it's Zionist occupation for wealth and land. And the thing about it is they're trying to tie criticism of Israel to anti-Semitism, saying if you criticize Israel, you're anti. No, it's two separate things. There are the Zionists in Israel who discriminate even against, so you have the Ashkenazi Jews, which is the dominant ruling class, right? The Western European Jews. And then they have Jews who came from Eastern Europe and Middle Eastern Jews. And they are discriminated against even their fellow Jews. So Zionism, political Zionism, is the issue. And everybody, and even Israel itself, many Jews will tell you they're against Zionism. So we in the world have to struggle against political Zionism. We're not against the Jewish people for their religion or because they're Jew. Right? We're against the political Zionism, which oppress other people, which oppress the Palestinian people, which steal their land, which commits genocide and so on, which plunder them, who want them oil. The Gaza oil is a new reason for the maintenance of the genocide. They want to build a canal which comes through Gaza, right? So you need all of that land so you can build the canal, and what? We don't have to share the oil and gas. Why should they have so much money? It's like Jamaican backside. Remember when Manley put the tax, the cess on the backside companies in the 70s, 70s, right? And they got mad. They were plundering our backside. They were asked to pay a penny a ton by Sir Alexander Bustamante. And up to 14 years they never paid anything, so they were losing. So in other words, in the case of God, it's the same thing. These rapacious people, they alone must have the wealth. Why should you get out of it? How dare you? How dare you ask for some? You see?
Yes. The situation is outright. And as you pointed out, is the backing from the West, right?
Yes.
So the people who suffered one of the greatest atrocity in human history. And we're talking about the extermination of 6 million Jews. They are the ones who are perpetrating modern day extermination of the Palestinian people.
Yes.
Right? And with the full backing
of the West.
No.
Quite interestingly, the other day, the Russian leader, Foreign Minister, Mr. Lavrov, and the President say the Jewish Holocaust is not an excuse to commit genocide. See? Because when they went before the court, Israel says blood libel to accuse them of genocide because there's some. No. Two separate things, right? You are doing something and you can't use what happened in the past as an excuse to keep doing it now. And we must not allow Israel to bully us. And that's why I salute what you're doing. It needs more and more people. You're helping to awake moral consciousness in Jamaica and to people around the world who hear your program. And we, for example, like when I write, sometimes I know I will be a popular, but it's not about popularity context. We do what we have to do because it is just and right. And I salute and congratulate what you do. And we have to stand on the side of justice at all times.
Every time. And we must always remember that we were at the forefront in defense of progressive movements historically. We must remember that when the Western world again, was supporting apartheid, we stood up against
Jamaica.
apartheid.
Yeah, look about with Talawa.
Yes, right? And therefore, I saw where the Jamaican government issued a statement saying I think they called for a ceasefire. Did you see that?
Well, it is good and right. You see, when our government does something which is good, we must support them. We respect our political point of view.
Yes.
Right? So even if it's long overdue, Jamaica, we want to know our leaders represent us. Right. So it is good that the government has come out and we want more pressure be raised and put to get the right thing done.
Yes.
You know, and I support and salute any positive move the government makes in that disregard.
Yes, we have to do that, right? And we call upon the people of the world to stand up against the slaughter of the Palestinian people.
Palestinian.
Yes.
Yes.
We must stand up against it, because what will happen? They are doing it to this set of people, and therefore, if we allow them to do that without standing up against it, then they will do it to all the people. People
around the world,
all over the world, they will do that. Because it is clear, as you identified a while ago, it is clear that what they want to do is to take over the Palestinian land, take over their resources, and drive them into the sea. Kill and drive them. That's what they want to do.
Yes. Yeah, right up front, they said they can't go into the Sinai Desert. Can you imagine that? They said, and people on the American stations are so disgusting. They were saying, why Egypt do not own the border? Let them go into the Sinai Desert.
Yes.
Why did the people leave the land and go into the Sinai Desert?
Yes. Yes, can you imagine? People who are living in their homes.
This is disgusting hypocrisy.
Yes. No. Norris, I want to thank you very much for your time. And let us say to be continued. Because
man, thank you for having me, man.
Yes.
I respect you too.
Yes, we have to keep talking about these issues. Have a good afternoon. Yes.
Sir, thank you. Good afternoon. Goodbye.
Yes. That was Jamaican journalist Norris MacDonald. Of course, we're talking about the injustice in Gaza. Yes, total injustice. The people are being killed, right? And nothing is being done to protect them. The world powers are supporting the genocide. Yes, they are. It is totally unjust. Just like, when you look at what is happening in Jamaica, as I said earlier, and about the murders, right? Those who are committing the murders are mostly the young people, right? And the victims of the murder are mostly young people. So, what is happening? We are looking, if we continue at this rate, we are going to depopulate the country and leave mostly old people. We can't operate that way, right? We can't operate that way. Yes. And I want to point out also that, the workplace is not, there are many issues at the workplace right now. This morning, employees at UTech they staged a silent protest, you know, because they're having some issues with wages, right? And the government made an offer to them which they have rejected. So over there at UTech, just like at the university, yes, things are not in order at these two institutions at all. No, not in order. Not in order there. The situation needs some action, and we hope that Ministry of Finance and Labor and the authorities, they will, you know, come together and sort out this problem. Yes, let us hope that. Yesterday, Deputy Superintendent, yes, lost his life in St. Anne. But we understand that he was socializing with his friends when he decided to have a swim in a nearby river. And what happened there, that he got into difficulties and drowned. Yes, that is what we that is what the information that we have at our disposal. Very, very, very sad bit of news that, you know. I would like to send our condolences to his family and colleagues. Yes, that was a very unfortunate incident. Yes, of course. Yes. Boy, over the weekend, we saw where Senator Lambert Brown, yeah, he's also the president of he's a trade unionist, but he reported that, well, he nearly lost his life, right? Wrong diagnosis, but he had problems. He had problems getting, being admitted to the hospital. Yes, because there were no beds. Yes, it wasn't a case where he couldn't find money to pay his dues. But there were no beds at the private hospital, you know. Yes. Now, fortunately, he had assistance from, you know, other doctors who used their influence to get him admitted to one of the hospitals. But Lambert's case, now can you imagine? Lambert is not one of the, you couldn't call Lambert one of the ordinary Jamaican. No, and he had problems accessing hospital care. Now, can you imagine what is happening to ordinary Jamaicans gaining access to public medical facilities in Jamaica? Now, can you imagine? Because one of the things that we know, that at public hospitals, that patients are having difficulty accessing medical care because facilities, there is not enough beds, and in some cases, equipment, manpower, right? So the situation, these are some of the issues. The public health facilities in Jamaica in a very poor condition, very poor, right? And the ordinary person is having it difficult accessing the health care at these facilities. Yes, that's a fact. I saw where the American embassy issued a travel advisory to its citizens saying that, you know, the crime and that the public health facilities, the medical facilities in the country are poor. So they are telling their citizens, okay, don't come to Jamaica because the crime situation and the health situation, they are very poor. Now, it is a fact that tourists, attacks on tourists in Jamaica so far has been minimal, right? That is a fact. But the crime situation that is a real one. There is no doubt about that. And the health facilities is also a real one. We know that for visitors, they will try every best for them to access, you know, health care. But the fact of the matter is that the health facilities, the public health facilities in the country are very, very poor. Ordinary Jamaicans can't get good medical care. Yes. Well, let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
I've looked high and I've looked low. There's no one to compare to you. Climbed up to the highest mountain, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. Yeah. Went down into the deepest valley, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. I went across the deep blue sea, couldn't find one to compare to your grace, your love, your mercy. Nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Yeah, I searched all over, couldn't find nobody, nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Climbed to the highest mountain, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. Yeah. Went down into the deepest valley, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. I went across the deep blue sea, couldn't find one to compare to your grace, your love, your mercy. Nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody greater, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Lord of mercy, searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still. Oh, what a friend, yeah. A blessed Savior. Oh, what a friend we have in Jesus. All our sins and grief to bear.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Everybody sale at Digitalize. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, dress and form light, water tanks, pumps, PVC and fittings, toilets, tubs, vanities and basins, windows, doors, floor and tiles, inside and up to 12% off selected items. 195 Road. Telephone 93-4560. Budget size. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS said you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's a new year with new savings. Get ready to renovate your space at Home and Things. Enjoy up to 50% off select items, unbeatable prices on porcelain, ceramic, and mosaic tiles. Extra specials on Spanish tiles, bathroom fixtures, faucets, windows and doors, beautiful lighting, home decor, and lots of new arrivals. There's no better time to create that new look. Enjoy New Year savings at Home and Things. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road. Jamaica builds with Home and Things.
Ones that have passed, and the ones who are still here with us. God bless. I remember Mama the lost us through. I've kept the family together. I remember Mama, the happy. She packed her lunch in an old greasy bag. And it seems empty, and it was full of others' head. Grandma, I miss you. Dad, I miss you too. For those of us who lost loved ones, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Lord Almighty. Yeah. Now Mama is sleeping in the bosom of Jesus Christ. Somehow I know she's smiling at us right now. One day I see her again. Happy how will be. I remember Mama. I remember Grandma. I remember Dada. I remember you all. I need you, Lord, right now. Yeah, I must tell Jesus all of my trials. I cannot bear these burdens alone. In my distress, He kindly will help me. He ever loves and cares for His own. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. My burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. I must tell Jesus all of my troubles. He is a kind and compassionate friend. If I ask him, he will deliver. Make all my troubles quickly at hand. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. My burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. What must I do when worldliness calls me? What must I do when tempted to sin? I must tell Jesus, and he will help me over the world, victory to win. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. No, my burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. When you have trouble, don't cry. Oh no, no. Just remember that God is standing by. Hold on
This is Rebel Radio. You know, this time is when we talk about Be Sure. Yes, this is where we provide you with information on how to protect yourself against eventualities, yes. And today we want to spend some time, you know, talking about insurance. We have been talking about insurance on this program, but we want to continue our discussion on that. Yes, and we have with us our, you know, veteran insurance salesman Lloyd Brim. Lloyd, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Desmond.
Yes.
You and your listeners.
Yes, sir. And as I indicated, we want to talk about the insurance, you know, and the different kind of policies and why it is important to talk about this and to get our listeners and viewers to be more interested in acquiring insurance. Because as you're aware, this is where we provide our listeners and viewers with information on what can be done to protect yourself from, you know, eventualities, accidents, you know, sudden bout of illnesses, and just to make preparation. What do you have in store for us today?
Well, this one, there is a rather interesting issue. Very, very interesting, because what it really aims to address, the way you stated, is that insurance address so many different needs. It is important to get the right policy to address the need at hand. So let us look at the type of policies, and then we can say what each one will address.
Yes.
We have what we call whole life policies.
And just define that for our listeners.
All right. Let me just say one more thing and move into that, because you have whole life and you have equity linked. Now, whole life is what we call the early years policy, foundation policies.
Repeat that.
What we would call the earlier days policies.
Uh-huh.
And what a whole life policy does, it gives you what we call a quotation. So you get a printout. First time we used to have the rate books. When I just came into the business, every agent had a rate book, and that's how you calculate what premium is required based on the person's age, gender, and their occupation, that kind of thing.
Yes.
These are the things that come into the formula to come up with the premium. But once the premium is set, it will never change. That's why I name whole life, for all of your life.
Mm-hmm.
5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 40 years, whatever it is, that is a set premium. And in the premium, there is a part of it that generates what we call in those days cash values. So if a person is insured with a whole life policy for say $5 million, that is death benefit. The person lives 5 years, 10 years going on. In the early days of the policy, you die, it will pay the $5 million. But as time goes by, it grows what we call cash value. the 5 million is set. Part of it goes into the savings and investment and the policy. So you can take money off your policy if there is a need and money is in it. It takes some time to generate that money.
After a period of time.
Right. And as time goes by, the money grows more and more. You die, the company will pay the $5 million because you died. And it will pay whatever cash value it has generated. That's how those policies work.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the equity policy now. The equity policy has a more significant part of the premium that goes into building value on the policy. It's not really cash value is the right word, no. It's equity value. With these equity-linked policies, it grows, the money goes into investment, and it grows, and it grows, and it grows. You can access some of that money on the equity-linked policy, just like you did on the whole life policy. But the whole life policy, you access the money by way of a loan. This money has to be repaid, and it grows interest on the amount borrowed. With the equity-linked policy, you cannot increase the amount for the whole life policy. You can't increase the amount that go into the investment part of it. Everything is just in one. The amount you put in investment, there is a minimum, but you as the policyholder, upon purchase or any time during the life of the policy, you can increase the amount that you put into the investment.
Okay.
And that money now is called units. It says you have X amount of units on your policy. The whole life one says you have X amount of dollars on your policy, cash value. To access the whole life policy, the money is on it. You have to take a loan and you have to repay it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't repay it, it stays as a charge against the policy, a liability against the policy for as long as it remains unpaid. With the equity-linked policy now, the money that is for investment is used to buy units in various investment funds. If you want to access the money, you are free to access it. There are a couple of conditions, like you must leave X amount on a 2 months premium, 3 months premium. But if you want money off of it, you go in and access it just the same, but you are not compelled to repay it. You just keep going and it starts to grow more money again.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No.
So, as it relates to the whole life policy, a lump sum is paid upon when the policyholder dies. Now, in the equity-based policy, what happens when the holder dies?
There is what we call a sum assured. How much the person is insured for. That says the company has agreed to pay the sum assured the time the person dies. But the total amount to be paid is, in the whole life policy, it is the amount you are insured for.
Yes.
So the cash value on the policy.
Mm-hmm.
Less any indebtedness, because you have 30 days grace to pay a premium.
Yes.
So if your premium is due the 1st of January, it is not paid, and you die between the 1st and the 31st of January, the sum assured is still paid. But the premium unpaid is deducted from it.
Yes.
With the whole life policy, when the premium is not paid, what is paid out of that?
Paid out of what?
Paid out of the cash value that you have there.
Okay.
And this is a guarantee or a safety to ensure that if somebody really in a little ditch and they miss the payment, anytime within 30 days, they are still covered. It is called the grace period. So you can go and pay it up. And you're going to pay, you pay up the amount of months premium that you miss. When the cash value on the policy has been used up, it is called an automatic premium loan. That is built into it. And it keeps doing this automatic premium loan until you come in and correct the situation. But as long as the premium is paid, whether you paying it over the counter, through the bank, or through your salary deduction, as long as the premium is paid, the policy remains in force. And if death occurs, then the sum assured is paid, less any amount of indebtedness. Whether it's indebtedness for premiums that you missed, or it is indebtedness for a loan that you took on the whole life policy and never did pay it back.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, on that.
Yes.
Let's look at the equity now.
Yes.
Let us look at the equity. The same things that apply in the whole life, the 30 days grace, applies in the equity. The loan that you take on the whole life, that's not applicable to the equity. You can choose whether you want to pay it back, but it will accumulate no interest and all that and create a bigger charge on the policy. You simply go in, say how much you need. If that amount is available on your policy, you can take it. The condition with that is that you have to leave with a 1 month or 2 months premium. If you miss premiums on the equity link policy, you can go in and pay the minimum charge. So you can pay premium less the investment. Policy still remains in force.
Okay.
What represents the investment and the policy? When you say equity link, it means that it is linked to an investment fund and it gets units. So if you have a whole life policy and you go into the company in say January and it has cash value of $10,000, if you go back 6 months time, 1 year time, whenever you go back, it will not be decreased because it's cash value. And as long as your premium is paid, the cash value gradually increases.
Okay. Yeah.
Link policies now, it is the number of units times the price of the unit. Like when you hear the stock market report in the evening,
yes,
and it's Grace Kennedy up $5, Gleaner Company down $2. You with me?
Yes.
Some of investment and the equity link policy would be in common stock. So if you go January.
Yes, listen, hold it there for me. Hold your thoughts there, right there. We're going to take a break. This is Rebel Radio, and we are talking about Be Sure. Let us take a break.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshment at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast. At Cool Oasis Service Station, island-wide.
Everybody sale at new budget supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form line, water tank, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insect and root. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road. Telephone 993-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS said your fist stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's a new year with new savings. Get ready to renovate your space at Home and Things. Enjoy up to 50% off select items, unbeatable prices on porcelain, ceramic, and mosaic tiles. Extra specials on Spanish tiles, bathroom fixtures, faucets, windows and doors, beautiful lighting, home decor, and lots of new arrivals. There's no better time to create that new look. Enjoy New Year savings at Home and Things. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road. Jamaica builds with Home and Things.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are talking about insurance today. Yes, with veteran insurance salesman Lloyd Prim. Yes, Lloyd, go continue.
Ladies, man. Now we have to remind that we're talking about the types of policies, and we are looking at whole life and equity for right now.
Yes.
We were at the point where I'm saying that if you have a whole life policy and you stop by the company and check what's the cash value on your policy, you get, say, let's just say 100,000. If you go back 3 months' time, it will never go below 100,000. It will always have a little increase in it, because that increase depends on what portion of the policy, what portion of the policy goes into the investment.
Yes.
And that never changes. So it will always increase. Now, when you are doing an equity link policy, the money goes into different investment funds. And I was saying, let's say this policy that you have, the investment goes into common stock. You can buy the company, put it in stocks on the market, and they have other funds. But we're just looking at the common stock as an example. You go, two of us went the same time. Your policy reflected 100,000, and so did mine. Now we go back 6 months' time. You and I go back 6 months' time. Yours is bound to increase. Mine will also increase, but it will increase in the number of units. The price of the units can have grown up or it could go down. If the unit prices go down over that period of time, the unit price times the number of units is what tell you how much money is on this policy.
Yes.
So you will have a number of units because every month units get added to your policy.
Right.
But when you come this particular day, the amount of units that you have multiplied by the price of the units on this particular day is what tells you how much money is on your policy.
Okay. And Lily, as it relates to the equity link based policy, the policyholder can invest any amount of money in this kind of policy.
100% correct. Because as I said before, just say it and I'll say it anymore times, that the policy you choose depending on the purpose that you want it to serve.
Yes. So you could buy an equity link policy for $1 million, $5 million, $10 million.
It's two things you have. You have this death benefit or the sum assured. Mm-hmm. And then you have the equities that go to bring investment returns. So it's a policy that you can use to bring investment returns.
Yes.
For a child, for a business, for any purpose that you need insurance, you have the sum assured. Yes. But the amount of investment, you can determine what that is. Okay. How you come to a decision? Who helps you as a policyholder to come to a decision? The agent. The agent is the person who provides the technical advice and show you the left side and the right side and the upside and the downside of any decision that is going to be made. Because if you are 50, you're not having your kids grown, you don't want an education fund. You don't want the education fund, you know.
Yes.
And the same way. So let's get it straight. Way back, when you and I were youngsters, there was a policy. There was a policy that it was generating money so fast that we could go to any time already and get money off it. Those were the days, I am saying from memory, when New Kingston was being transformed from thick wooded property to the type of buildings that are there, you know. Most of them were built by Life at Jamaica at the time.
Yes.
So the rate at which those policies earned money was, I could say, frightening. And we all just went in, took it and enjoyed it, and took it and enjoyed it. But that's not the right purpose of the equity policy. You see? It was fully of 4 and fully of 5. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, lady.
So, what happened now? We have to continue this now. So, this part. What happened now is that with this rapid growth in cash available and these equity policies, people became, I could probably use the word fed up of the whole life policies because they were taking time to grow and they were not allowing you to take the money and walk away.
Yes.
You had to borrow it and you had to pay it back. With the equity link now, they used to grow faster, and when you take it, you don't have to pay it back. And then the speed at which things were going, people never wanted to wait that long. And then when they wait and get the money off the policy, they have to pay it back. And so the equity link policies took over. And that's all we come to have. It is reported a number of the problems that we had in the days when this FinSac problem and other problems came up.
Yes.
Now, you're going to ask me, I hear you. Say, so what happened to all life policies? The companies throw them through the window or what? The answer is no. The answer is no.
Yeah.
The whole life policies, no, and I guess always, they were ideal for some business reasons.
Yes.
They were ideal for people who were schooled by their parents at great sacrifice. And the children now graduate and all activities, and they are expected to take care of the parents.
Yes.
Taking care of them, you can buy a life insurance policy. One, to make sure that at any time they die, if they die before you, it does not represent an embarrassment to you. Because, your parents, many of us are from the lower strata in the economy, and we are up a couple notches. So when our parents die, the truth of the matter is that 90% of the people who come to the traditional functions, as we say, the 9-night and the setup and the funeral, is not our parents. Why they come? They don't know our parents, they know us. So you don't want a substandard situation and they make you look bad. So to keep up your ego and all this, you buy an insurance policy that at any time they die, no matter what your immediate economic situation is, you can put on a show. Because it's not the parents, it's you.
Okay.
Put it this way. Upper class associates and friends, and so you have to make it be. We all want to make it be a show. No matter even people who never took care of their parents, even the parents who die of starvation, just for exaggeration, who die of starvation, you would never imagine how much they spend to bury the person. That money could have kept them alive and fed them for another couple of years.
Yes.
But bottom line,
yes,
you can use the policy to make sure the money.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I would like you to talk about is switch to business insurance. Insurance of businesses.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Yes, that's where I'm going right now.
Yes.
Because I am saying, when you're writing business insurance, the whole life is very suitable for some situations where the equity would not fit in. See, so these whole life insurances, they can be used to make provision in instances where business provisions, business decisions, all the reasons why businesses need insurance, all the reasons. The whole life is a steadier policy because it's usually businesses are separate from the individuals. So business insurance can use this whole life insurance for stability. You see, you would want
explain that for me, explain that for me. Are you saying that I can take out a whole life policy for my business? Is that what you are saying?
Yes. You can also take the equity, but if I am to advise you,
yes,
as a business person, you would have a mix of whole life and equity to address the different issues in the business. So there's space for it.
So explain. I take out a business whole life policy, and how that benefit the business.
You and I are in business, Desmond.
Yes.
And I die. My share of the business, some competitor can buy it, and if I was the major shareholder, having bought my shares, that new person would become the majority shareholder.
Yes.
So then I would sit down and make an agreement that if I die before you, you have the first choice to buy my share of the business. So now it is for you to make a preparation that if I die before you, you have cash coming to you to enable you to buy it, to finance it, because my wife and children and mother and grandmother and aunties, they all depended on me and my return from that business. You with me? So you don't want a stranger to come into that business at all. Just because they have the money. You have the money, you buy it, and then you choose who you want to be your new partner. Whole life insurance is excellent for that because the premium is not going to run out of whack as time goes by.
Yes.
So that is what would happen now. You would buy a life insurance policy on my life. That at any time I die, dying before you, at any time I die, this proceeds of this insurance policy will become available to you to become the total owner. And guess what? There is no guarantee that because I am older than you and I live a riotous life, drinking, smoking, and all kind of outrageous living, it still don't mean I'm going to die before you. So if you die before me, I would also want to be able to become the full owner of the business. So I would buy an insurance policy on your life. So
hold on there now. So the way you're saying this, so the way to protect, if I buy a whole life, I have a whole life, whole life policy, right?
Yes.
And I have a business partner. What I am trying to find out is how my whole life policy, what is the impact it has on the business. My partner died before me. What does that say?
It says you have, this is something you're going to sign up as a legal agreement, you know. Yes. You have first choice and buying his portion of the business.
Okay.
That's legally binding. So if somebody come and offer 10 times, they can't get it.
Yes. So therefore, you are saying the proceeds from I could use the proceeds from my whole life policy to acquire those shares.
You're going to have a policy on my life, and I am going to have one on your life.
Oh, I understand you now.
Therefore, anybody who dies first, whether they die or they retire, or they become incapacitated and cannot continue with your activities and contribution to the business, they have to give up business. Who is to become my new partner or your new partner? You have an option to change, to decide on that.
Okay. So I could use the proceeds from the policy and your life to acquire your shares.
Yes, because it's you don't pay the premiums.
Yes.
You are the beneficiary.
Uh-huh.
And when you buy a policy and your life, I am the beneficiary.
I get you.
You can use any policy to do that, you know. But I'm just saying, whole life policy is more stable.
Yes. Yes.
And the premiums won't change or anything like that.
Yes, I understand. I understand, yes, sir. Understand, yes. So
and the policy that's acceptable, we'll use it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say a little bit more about this. The policy that is on my life and the policy that is on your life. If the business is taking credit, we have the option of using those policies as security or collateral for any indebtedness that the business incurs, like loans, like credit. So the policies are there available to be used by the company in our lifetime. So it's a security. It's a security for credit. It's a security for mortgage. I have a client right now working with. He has 3 locations, businesses at 3 different locations, and he wants to acquire a property that can accommodate all 3 sections of the business on one compound. You with me?
Yes, yes.
So let us say a property is identified and we're going to get a mortgage on the property. The insurance policies can be used
as collateral
to cover the mortgage. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes.
Suppose there's a fleet of trucks or trailers or earth moving equipment and so. Suppose you want to buy new updated equipment, or you want to increase your fleet, you're taking on bigger contracts and so on.
Yes. I tell you what, Lady, you have 2 minutes to wind down today's edition.
Well, this man are doing this with the understanding and the promise to you and your listeners that I will continue next time to re-emphasize these benefits and to explore more benefits. And for anybody, any of your listeners who have businesses or wants to become a business person, I am encouraging them to call up Rebel Radio, access an appointment so that we can give them the information face to face and first hand and expand on what we are saying, provide them with a certain amount of security.
Yes. And
for the business.
Yes, and they can call us at 856-2498. That's 876-856-2498. And we will provide them with all the information that they need. So until next week when we will continue, Mr. Brim will continue giving you live information on how to protect yourself and protect your property and the interest of your family. So until then, stay tuned to Rebel Radio. This has been Be Sure. Thank you.
Sometimes when your burden is down, just remember God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry. Oh, God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So don't you worry and don't cry. No, no. When you have troubles, don't cry. Oh no, just remember that God is standing by. When you cup running over, just remember God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry. God is standing by.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuel, lubricants, and refreshment at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast. Cool Oasis service station, island-wide.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals, contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and formula, water tanks, pumps, pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and bases, windows, paint, doors, floor and tiles, incense and grout, up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road, telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles.
Windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS said your fist stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's a new year with new savings. Get ready to renovate your space at Home and Things. Enjoy up to 50% off select items, unbeatable prices on porcelain, ceramic, and mosaic tiles. Extra specials on Spanish tiles, bathroom fixtures, faucets, windows and doors, beautiful lighting, home decor, and lots of new arrivals. There's no better time to create that new look. Enjoy New Year savings at Home and Things. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road. Jamaica builds with Home and Things.
Father God, Most High, to you I give all the glory. Be not dismayed, whatever betide, God will take care of you. Hear that? Beneath His wings of love abide, God will take care of you. God will take care of you through God will take care of you. We need a spirit of love for God. God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way. He will take care of you. God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way. He will take care of you. God will take care of you. I trust in you right now. Lord have mercy. Oh, yeah. To you I give all the glory. Hey. Where do I go from here? What faith is strong in me? Touch my heart, get guided by you. Say right, on the right, oh. Through the grace of God, I cast aside.
Yes, this is workers' time. Yes, Monday. And as I indicated at the start, there is some problems at the workplace, right, among the teaching profession. At UTech, the staff there stage a peaceful protest today. They are still not satisfied with their compensation, and so far what the government has presented to them, they have rejected that. We know that the situation at the university is under review. The staff and workers there are now waiting on the government, to see what is going to be presented. We have with us the chief negotiator for WIGOT, Professor Hubert Devonish. Professor, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Richards. How are you doing?
Well, I'm supposed to be doing okay.
Good.
Yes. And I know the last time we spoke, both parties were preparing to go to the bargaining table. What is the latest situation, sir?
All right. Well, what happened is on the 4th of January, the minister suggested and proposed that a tripartite committee be set up. And it was a committee that would be made up of the university, the Ministry of Finance, and the 3 unions at UWI. That is the UAW, MONAT, the union that represents the administrative staff, and then WIGOT, that represents the senior admin, professional and academic staff. And that committee was to look at options for interim relief, because of course the problem is that the government compensation review process which applied to the public sector last year, March, April, and in which most public sector workers got salary increases, etc., etc.
Yes.
That somehow, as the
Professor, I want you to hold it there for me. Hold it there for me, Professor. Hold it right there. Right there. Hold it there for me. Hold it there for me, Professor. Hold it right there. Hi, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold it there for me, please. Just hold it right there. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, we have, Professor, we have with us the president of the JTA, Mr. Leighton Johnson. He's online with us too.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
All right, no problem.
Yes.
So you want me to go ahead now?
Yes, go continue.
Right.
So what I was saying is that because we had been left out of the whole process of compensation review, we, the unions, were saying that a year later, we cannot continue to suffer for the fact that you forgot to include us. And that therefore, the various unions made claims for interim relief, right? And basically, the idea was, well, obviously, how much and when?
Yes.
So the minister set up this tripartite committee to come up with recommendations. Of course, we got our unions at 25%. I think the other unions are saying 26.5%. Now, the basic point is that the committee met a couple of times, and certainly the unions, only of the options laid by the government and university on the table for discussion, because it wasn't a negotiation, it was a tripartite committee.
Yes.
But of the options laid, the only options that the union representatives supported were the ones that aligned with what they were asking. So so where we are at right now is that tomorrow is the deadline for the report of the committee. And well, after that report goes to the Ministry of Finance. Now, where I am at right now exactly is that as we speak, I haven't seen the report being put together by the university management on behalf of the committee. And I know that they've asked for a meeting tomorrow morning of the union president, that is the university itself. So I'm not very clear about how that's going to go. And so basically where we are right now is that we are kind of basically waiting for the committee to report. And once the committee, once that report goes into the ministry, we will then hear what the Ministry of Finance is offering. Now we have our own position is that as we want to get interim release by the end of February. So there's clearly a timeline on this thing, so to hear from the ministry, and then for us to presumably get into negotiations and so on. And the three unions, but I am of course specifically talking about WIGOT. So we are waiting. And in the interim, what we did was to keep the pressure up. That at the beginning of term, which was last week Monday, we had a 2-hour expression of solidarity with the negotiating team, and as well with the students, because of course, if we don't get paid, the students don't get good service, because in the end, we are losing staff. So we have an act of solidarity just to keep things moving. Right. And so we are really kind of in a waiting situation right now to find out what the government is going to do next.
Okay. Yes. Welcome, Mr. Johnson. What is happening with the teachers at this time? What is the state of play at the JTA workplaces?
All right, thanks for having me on your program. Good afternoon to your other guest. The fact is, the whole matter of the compensation review.
Yes.
It was a difficult process for us at the Jamaica Teachers Association, and of course, the position that we found ourselves in at the end of the day is that there were some categories of teachers who were not given what it is that we agreed to and what we signed off to.
Yes.
So with that being said, with much insistence on the part of the Jamaica Teachers Association, we understood clearly what it is that we agreed to. However, there appeared to have been some dissonance on the part of the government. And we made it clear that this is not what we had agreed to. This is not what we signed to. And we were insistent. Having been in several meetings with the government and the Ministry of Education, they realized the error and they conceded. They have now, acceded to our position, indicating that what we agreed to was not what was implemented. Mm-hmm. So having said all of that, we are now down to the position at the point where the graduate allowance as well as the remote inducement, we have successfully negotiated with the government to have those implemented to our teachers. So initially, we've heard in the whole compensation review, the compensation regime, we've heard the whole roll-in of allowances. We've heard all of that. The graduate allowance was not rolled into the teachers' salaries any at all.
Okay.
So effective April 1 this year, that will be applied. Those allowances will be rolled into the teachers' salaries who fall into that category. Mm-hmm. And having that allowance rolled into that category, it will now see adjustments in the point on the scale, the positioning on the scale that teachers fall. Teachers in the graduate allowance fall, as well as those with the remote inducement who fall in the category with the remote inducement. The adjustments will be made effective April 1, 2022. So all of this, will be paid retroactively in 2 installments. 60% in August of 24 and the 40% in December of 2024. It was a difficult process, but then the government agreed to a position that these matters must be cleared up before we go into the next negotiation period, which becomes effective April 1, 2025, which is in another year and 4 months, or year and 3 months. So this is the position. This is where we are at this time.
Yes. No, sir. When speaking to your predecessor, or for example, when this negotiation was last year, one of the issues that came up was the migration from the classrooms. Now, as we speak, do the teachers now, are they satisfied with the compensation, or do you still find that the teachers are leaving the classroom?
I think the government missed an opportunity to ensure that teachers were adequately compensated.
Yes.
And with all of this being said, teachers are migrating.
Yes.
Now, to put it into context, the world at this time, through Education International, requires approximately 59 million teachers. 59 million teachers are required across the globe.
Yes.
Teachers are leaving the classrooms right across the state. North America, Europe, Asia, right across the spectrum, we find our teachers are leaving the classroom. Mm-hmm. Now, with this being said, our North American counterparts need their classrooms to be filled with suitably qualified practitioners. And because of how well our teachers are trained, as well as because of our English language background, we are prime candidates to fill the job market in North America, in Europe, in aspects of Asia, in some aspects of the Caribbean, and they are leaving. Or the recruiters are buoyant, they are vigilant, and they have a mandate to ensure as best as possible that they recruit as many teachers to fill the vacancies in those other jurisdictions.
Yes.
The salaries don't compare to here in Jamaica. The salaries are better, significantly more. Starting teacher in some aspects of North America and the United States will get in excess of $7 million when the conversion is done here in Jamaica. Our starting point for a beginning teacher is just above $3 million.
Yes.
Therefore, we cannot compare. What we find too is that in many respects, the recruiters and the different districts and boards are making it easier for our teachers to transition to those spaces. They can come up with their entire families.
Yes.
They can come up with with a condition that housing will be provided, that they'll be getting a particular modes of transportation. And with this being said, our teachers are opting to go to ply their trade. And what we found in many respects is that they are doing well in these jurisdictions.
Wow. Now, are you saying, what you are saying to me there, that applies to vacancies in North America? So are you telling my listeners that the recruiters, teachers from Jamaica, are guaranteed housing and transportation as part of their benefits?
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please? I missed that.
Yes, are you saying that the jobs in North America, our Jamaican teachers are provided with transportation and housing as part of their benefits?
As part of their benefits, when you find or recruiters coming,
yes.
When we find the recruiters coming, they do offer these as package deals.
Yes.
And having these as package deals, then our teachers they get a package deal of being accommodated. They have the deal of getting transportation, that sort of thing. And most importantly, in many of these jurisdictions, our teachers are able to move with their family.
Okay. So as we speak, and sir, we still have the exodus from our classrooms.
There is still exodus from our classrooms. There are classrooms, in many instances, there are several critical vacancies that have not been filled.
Yes.
Several critical subject disciplines that have not been filled. And schools went through last year with several teachers short, and they were unable to fill those vacancies, notwithstanding the policy extensions that the government extended to us. In some regard, teachers who could work in their own locum tenens, teachers could also work. Teachers who were on retirement, they could get an extension to their contract, as well as those pre-trained graduates, those persons who are considered specialists in their field. They don't necessarily have the pedagogical skills just yet, but in many regards, administrators have had to rely on individuals who are content-based individuals to come in the classroom, and they get on-the-job training. So these are some of the things that currently exist, but notwithstanding all of this, there are several schools that have vacancies in critical subject disciplines. The technical and vocational areas, those areas are very difficult and hard to fill. In some regard, there are areas in English that are hard to fill, the math, the science disciplines, those disciplines, and to some regard, social studies, the social sciences, some aspects of the social sciences. Those are disciplines that we find very difficult to fill. Music, the practical subject areas. You know, teachers are, I tell you, in very, very, very short demand.
Yes. So, Mr. Johnson, is it correct to say that as we speak, that the schools, that there is a shortage? In other words, the students are not getting what they are supposed to get.
I could term it another way, is that administrators and teachers have to be very creative in ensuring that students are engaged as best as possible, meaningfully engaged as possible. And of course, we would not want a situation for our children to be going home every evening to say they were housed in a library or just housed in a particular classroom with no real instruction. What I can indicate is that our administrators have been very creative in ensuring as best as possible our students are adequately or sufficiently catered to. What we find in and of this is that the other teachers who are left, these teachers are burdened. They are overworked because they sometimes have to pick up a timetable of another individual, of a vacant timetable. If you're an English teacher and you have your allotted sessions, then more than likely you will be required to do an additional session because there is a timetable left to be filled. And this is shared right across the teachers in particular departments and subject disciplines. And this is the kind of thing that we see happening. So the schools are being creative as best as possible. What I can tell you is that our teachers are stretched, our administrators have to be extremely innovative and creative. The use of technology plays out well in the schools that have those facilities. But at the same time, there are those institutions that are still devoid of internet connection and the kind of technology that is required, that can lead these students learning, is not in some of our schools. And two, we also have to take into consideration the developmental level of our students. There are students or schools that have students who can operate unsupervised, given instruction, and they operate unsupervised. But then there are other schools that once the students are unsupervised, we know it is a recipe for disaster. So the whole matter of teacher migration is placing a strain and a burden, and our teachers who remain here are overworked at this time.
Yes, Professor Devanish.
Yes, sir.
Well, based on what exists now and what we just heard from the JTA president, and what is happening at UTEC, and what is happening at the university, it is clear that education at this time, at this moment, is in a crisis. I want you to hold your response to that while we take a break. Gentlemen, just hold it for me. We are going to take a break. This is Rebel Radio, and we are on Workers' Time.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshment at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis Service Station island-wide.
The Everybody sale at new budget supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, transform line, water tank, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and walls, insets and room. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Road. Telephone 923-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
Windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS say you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's a new year with new savings. Get ready to renovate your space at Home and Things. Enjoy up to 50% off select items, unbeatable prices on porcelain, ceramic, and mosaic tiles. Extra specials on Spanish tiles, bathroom fixtures, faucets, windows and doors, beautiful lighting, home decor, and lots of new arrivals. There's no better time to create that new look. Enjoy New Year savings at Home and Things. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road. Jamaica builds with Home and Things.
Yes, welcome back. Yes, and we're on Workers' Time talking to Professor Devonish and President of the JTA, Mr. Leighton Johnson. Yes, gentlemen, Professor, when we took the break, I was saying that education from how I see it right now is in a crisis. What would you say about that?
Well, what the authorities say is that when compared to similar countries, the level of expenditure, the percentage of GDP as well as percentage of annual budget expenditure is rather large for education. In other words, so the first thing they say is that we spend a greater proportion of our expenditure tax dollar on education than most other countries. That's the first argument they make, right? And they say, therefore, we can't spend anymore. That's the kind of argument. We're trying our best and we're doing this and that and the other and so on. Now, and of course, the biggest game that they play is that they say we have to educate people at early childhood level. And the university and the higher education generally, UWI as well as more generally, higher education is taking up too much of our budget. We say, yes, but to train people to teach at early childhood and primary school, you need us at the university to do both the content and the pedagogical parts of the training. So how are you going to cut down on the top in order to spend more at the bottom, when in fact at the bottom what you need is the training and the research, etc., that goes into it. So there's a way in which the government is trying to divide and rule by saying at the higher levels, which is our level, the university, they want to, UWI and so on, they want to take away from that. In other words, do Robin Hood and take away from the supposed rich and give to the poor. But the point is that it's a single system, and all of the parts need to be properly funded. In other words, early childhood, primary, secondary, tertiary. And the real question is the benefits that come from spending more on education. Because I'm actually going to try to find the statistics for how much it costs to keep keep a person in prison a year. And I am, for example, pretty sure that the cost of it is a lot more than the tuition cost of putting that person through, let us say, higher education if they were qualified.
Yes.
So that they keep saying the students have to pay more, and in order to, and if the students pay more, then you can get higher pay and so on and so forth. But of course, the students can't afford it. So it comes right back to the question of how the government thinks about the education system and the benefits it's bringing to the society. So, I mean, similarly for the teachers at all the other levels, we've got to be thinking about the benefit we get from education in relation to the expenditure, and not simply see the money going out there as just money that is being spent. Because if in the end, not spending that money causes you to spend more in your prison.
Yes.
And cause debts and all the kind of other stuff that comes as a result of the absence of social mobility and hope. That's what is supposed to be driving the decision about how much to spend on education generally. And I think that's the problem, that they're doing this thing about comparing with this country, that country. But Jamaica is Jamaica. Jamaica's got very specific problems. And it is certainly my view that the specific problems of Jamaica require higher expenditure in education. I don't care what is happening in China or the United States or better.
Yes. Well, I think you have a solid point there, Professor, because when you, for example, when you look at the crime problem we have now, it is clear that something must be done on the social side in order to rescue the youth. We need to because what is happening, when you look at the data, the majority of the victims are the younger people. And the majority of the perpetrators are the younger people.
Awesome. Correct.
No, we have to do something. Will have to be done to attract the young people, to take them away from these criminal activities. And as you pointed out, we must create an environment where there is social mobility, and we have to invest more on education. There's no doubt, question about that. So when you look at when the JTA president pointed out a while ago that the classroom teachers are migrating, right? And we can't, and it's the more experienced teachers are migrating. So the fact of the matter, you can't graduate from the teachers' colleges. Yes, the numbers will be there, but the experience is not there. It will take time for them to develop this experience so they can deliver quality education to the students.
Right. I just want to underscore the point that the professor just made. In terms of how education is funded, it requires a total overall and a shift in our approach to this. Of course, they speak about a percentage of GDP, and it is a known fact that education gets a significant portion of GDP in terms of the budget, and this kind of conversation is what we need to move away from. We need to understand what it is that it requires to fully educate a student. We need a comprehensive plan, to see what it is to fully educate a student from the infant schools, from early childhood all the way up to the tertiary level. We need to know exactly what that is. We need to know exactly too, when we make comparisons with other jurisdictions, the comparison that is made, yes, percentage-wise, they may say we might fall in line with many of the jurisdictions that are in our category. But though 6% of my budget may not equate to the 6% of your budget, this kind of thing. So we have to have a comprehensive look. And then, of course, what's the end product? What is it? What does an educated individual look like? And what is the input that it will take to educate this individual to get what it is that we desire? So, of course, there is that thought, and from a cursory glance, hearing that education is funded, investments are being made within our country to the tune of 6% or 8% of GDP. That is glowing, because persons seeing that will say, yes, investments are being made, but what does that equate to? Currently at the primary school level, primary schools get $2,500 per year to educate a child. $2,500, not US or Jamaican money. At the secondary, $2,500 to educate, to fully fund. So that is the allowance that the ministry gives to the primary school at that level. At the secondary level,
hold a second, Mr. Johnson. $2,500 per student.
Per student.
Yes. Okay.
$2,500 per student.
That is to do what? What?
And when we speak about funding education,
yes.
That's the per student premium. So that is what is used to purchase material and resources, the various grants to keep the schools up and running. That is what they get. Technology, all of this, $2,500 at the primary school level. If we were to look at the secondary school, it is between $17,000 and $19,500, or $17,500 and $19,000 to educate the student at the secondary school level. So when you compare that to any other jurisdiction, I mean, we are being compared to other jurisdictions that make significant investments in education, that spend in excess of $6,000 and $7,000 per student US each year. If we were to look at Finland, that we are always compared to, Singapore, their education system, we are always exposed or compared to those. Those jurisdictions spend in excess of 11 to 18,000 US dollars per year, per child. These are things that we are being compared to. So we need to, broaden the picture, as well as change our approach from a percentage of GDP in how education is funded to a per capita basis. Yes. It has to be done on a per capita basis.
Yes.
And what I would just add is when the discussion, the comparison is made with Finland, they forget to tell you that in Finland the highest paid profession is teaching.
It's our teaching.
The doctors get less paid, engineers, the bankers and everybody else, the accountants, they all get less paid than teachers. So if the concept is that they want to be like Finland, then be like Finland and put your resources in education. There you go.
Yes. Mr. Johnson, what is one of the big issues, one of the prevalent issues is the state of the schools in terms of, material, structure. For example, what is the kind of reports you're getting as it relates to the kind of furniture that is in the school, and what is required to keep the school running? Are those inadequate supplies?
I wouldn't say they are adequate, but I believe, in all fairness, it is getting better.
Okay.
What I can indicate is that one direction that the ministry went in is to partner with some of the secondary schools to be a part of furniture repair programs, as well as to fabricate actual school furniture. And in some regards, those systems are working, and it is getting better. So what you'll find now is that schools are now empowered to purchase, to make the school furniture, and other schools are to purchase from them. These are furniture that are tested by the Bureau of Standards in Jamaica, so they have to meet a particular standard and the specification. They have to pass the safety standards and specifications in order to be placed in our school. So it is getting a little better. Of course, there are schools that are still in need, and of course, there is the Ministry of Education that should continue to provide adequate furniture for our schools. We will say it is getting a little better on the basis that our furniture is now being manufactured by some of our schools here in Jamaica. It is not where we want it to be just yet, but we are getting there.
Oh, that's good news. I know.
And this facility also provides industry and technical experience for many of our students who the schools utilize in these furniture repair and furniture fabrication project.
I think that is a good move. But right. I know something which must be on the JTA mind. Violence in school, Mr. Johnson. What I have seen now is that when I was going to school, we never had this kind of behavior during our school days. What is happening? I know that the society has changed, but we have seen some violent incidents in schools.
Yes, the fact is we have largely become a violent society. Our society has largely become a violent society, and we know that schools are a microcosm of the society. The schools are just smaller societies within themselves. Yes. And this is what we find. What we know is that as a nation we have not learned or we have moved away from how we solve our conflicts. We tend to solve our conflicts violently. If you look at the number of murders that compare in Jamaica, it is compared to a nation that is undergoing some kind of civil war, and it doesn't augur well for schools. The same kinds of behaviors that you find being displayed within the wider society are the behaviors that you find in our schools. But it's important for us to indicate too that in many instances, there are students, or the majority of our schools are enrolled by students who are decent, who are law-abiding, who want to do well. If you were to go and do a survey in any school, the school's administrations will indicate to you that it is the smaller percentage of our students who are displaying this kind of violent and deviant behavior. So, we have to look at it from that perspective as well, and that too mirrors our society, because if we were to look at our society, the majority of citizens here are decent, law-abiding citizens. Yes. So what is required at this time is that there are students who are enrolled in our schools who need additional interventions that in some regards our schools are not equipped to provide. We need additional social workers, or regional offices are staffed with perhaps 2 or 3 social workers, and these persons are stretched to the limit. They cannot sufficiently and effectively treat with many of the challenges that our students present. The support that is needed to be given to the guidance counselors in our schools, that support is not as efficient as it ought to be because of the number of cases that present and the few social workers that exist. So we need additional. We are calling, continuing to call on the Ministry of Education to embark on employing additional social workers to be deployed in our regional offices so that they can go in and supplement or complement the work that is being done by the guidance counselors. They can ensure that the home visits and the community outreach programs are bolstered and are working. These are things that we need. there is called and there is talk. There are those students who, in some regards, sometimes need to be pulled from the regular classroom for a period where they can be placed in a space where they can get the relevant treatment, the behavioral treatment that is required, so they can be rehabilitated in the school and move forward. These are some of the things that we really need to see being implemented. There has to be there is the real need for a character-based education, a character-based curriculum, a curriculum that speaks to positive values and attitudes, right action, non-violence, peace, love. These are the values that need to be disseminated. These are values that transcend generations, they transcend cultures and borders. It is still okay to say please and thank you. Still okay to tender an apology. I am sorry, excuse me, that kind of thing. It is still okay to disagree with someone or to have conflicts with someone, but then it does not have to be violent. And these are things that our children need to be taught. And we believe if our children are taught this way, then it is hope it will be transmitted into the wider society, because people will once again know how to behave, will know how to treat each other going forward.
Yes. I know this one is a police matter, but two of your members are involved. One is dead. I'm talking about the killing of that bursar out that high school in Hanover. What do you know about that?
Well, as much as everybody else knows on the radio, we, really sympathize with the school family and the family of the bursar, and we condemn any kind of violent murders in our country. Of course, we heard about the 7-year-old who was chased and murdered in Maypen Central, in Clarendon earlier on the weekend. Any form of violence against another human being is something that we denounce from the JTA. We do not in any way, it doesn't matter who, we believe that we must get to the place where we are a nation that is free from violence. And we want this kind of message to be promulgated across the nation.
Yes. Boy, it is really problematic. Professor, what is your...
I'm sorry, gentlemen, just before, unfortunately, I have to take my leave at this time.
Yes.
Right. So it was really good talking with you. All the best to you and your listeners. Thanks for joining me, Professor. All the best.
Okay, thanks very much, and I'm very well. Thanks for the information. Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Professor, what is your final word?
Oh, for me,
yes, sir.
My final word really is more broadly, since we're talking about education, that there's a lot of policy-related stuff that in the ministry's curriculum, for example, that needs implementation, but it needs resources for implementation. And one of them, I'm a linguist, so the language question is big. And the national curriculum requires that teachers be trained to deliver in both the Jamaican language and English, but none of that training has taken place. And that's one, again, of the things that prevents the education system from being as efficient as possible. But that comes down again to resources and arrangements, resources, and that kind of thing. So we are back to the question of ensuring that enough money is available for education in all its aspects, both the salary area as well as the support areas that the president of the JTA was talking about, are my little favorite thing about making sure that the appropriate languages are used in instruction.
Yes. Well, I want to thank you very much, Professor, for the time. And we at Rebel Radio will keep abreast of what is happening. We'll keep in touch, because we have to focus. We have to focus on these issues. These are very important issues. The education of the nation, and right now, from where we are, what we see in front of us, there's lots of remedial work to be done. Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Right,
yes,
okay then,
thank
bye-bye.
you. Yes.
Bye.
Yes, that is workers' time. Yes, and you heard what is happening in the classroom. Not very good news at all. We need to do better. We have to organize ourselves and get education on our agenda, because if we don't, we are going to be in problems. So that was workers' time. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Lord of mercy. Oh God, I'll never find the words, the Lord, to tell you how I feel. Dear God, mere words could not explain. Yeah, gracious Lord, you held my life within your hands, created everything I had, taught me how to live again. Sing this song for you. Father God, I adore you. Yeah. My Lord, whenever I was insecure, you built me up and made me sure. You gave my sense of pride back to me. Only you care when I need it. me. I adore you. Almighty God, I love you.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
Everybody sale at new budget supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and four-line, water tank, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insect and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hadleyburg Road. Telephone 993-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS say you fit stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's a new year with new savings. Get ready to renovate your space at Home and Things. Enjoy up to 50% off select items, unbeatable prices on porcelain, ceramic, and mosaic tiles. Extra specials on Spanish tiles, bathroom fixtures, faucets, windows and doors, beautiful lighting, home decor, and lots of new arrivals. There's no better time to create that new look. Enjoy New Year savings at Home and Things. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road. Jamaica builds with Home and Things.
And the ones who are still here with us. God bless. I remember Mama and the love that she gave. Building her the bedside, I could still hear Mama say, people all the weather sun, where to stand in the morning. And who thought the ocean, you can only come this far. And who show the moon, where to hide till evening. Whose words alone can catch a falling star. Well, I know my Redeemer lives, and I know my Redeemer lives. Let all creation testify is risen and alive, and I know my Redeemer lives. The very same God that spins things in orbit runs to the weary, the warm and the weak. And the same gentle hands that hold me when I'm broken, they conquered after bringing victory. Yes, I know my Redeemer lives, and I know my Redeemer lives. Let all creation testify He is risen and alive, and I know my Redeemer, He lives to take away my sins, and He lives forever, I proclaim, to protect me from my sin. His most precious life He gave, but now He's alive. There's an empty grave, and I know my Redeemer lives. Yes, I know my Redeemer lives. Let all creation testify His life is magnified, and I know my Redeemer lives. Oh yes, it lives. I can testify now. Why, yeah. Who taught the sun where to stand in the morning? And who taught the ocean you can only come this far? And who showed the moon where to hide till evening? Whose words alone can catch a falling star? That's why I know my Redeemer lives. I need you, Lord, right now. Yeah, I must tell Jesus all of my trials. I cannot bear these burdens alone. In my distress, He kindly will help me. Loves and cares for His own. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. No, my burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. must tell Jesus all of my troubles. He is a kind and compassionate friend. If I ask him, he will deliver. Make all my troubles quickly at hand. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. My burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. What must I do when worldliness calls me? What must I do when tempted to sin? I must tell Jesus, and he will help me over the world, victory to win. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. I cannot be. My burdens alone. I must tell Jesus. I must tell Jesus. Jesus can help me. Jesus can help me. Only Jesus can help me. Only Jesus alone. When you have trouble, don't cry. Oh no, no. Just remember that God is standing by. Hold on, yeah. When you have heartaches, don't cry. Oh no, just remember that God is standing by. Sometimes when your burden is down, just remember God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry. Oh, God is standing by. To you I give all the glory. Yeah. Be not dismayed, whatever betide, God will take care of you. Hear that? Beneath His wings of love abide, God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way. Mercy! He will take care of you. God will take care of you. No matter what may be the test, God will take care of you. Lead everyone upon the Lord, and He will take care of you. Mercy! God will take care of you through every day, all the way. He will take care of you. God will take care of you. Lord of mercy. No matter what sickness it may be, yeah. No matter what problems you go through, no matter how rough it may be, the Lord promises He will never take care of you. So God will take care of you. Mercy! Through every day, all the way. He will take care of you. God will take care of you. Be not dismayed, whatever betide, God will take care of you. Beneath His wings of love abide, God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way. He will take care of you. God will take care of you. God will take care of you through every day, all the way. He will take care of you. God will take care of you. I trust in you right now, Lord of mercy. Oh, yeah. To you I give all the glory. Hey. Where do I go from here? What faith is drawing me? Touch my heart, get guided by you. Say right on the bite, oh. Through the grace of God. step of dismay. Oh, yeah. Lead me through the darkness and through each gloomy day. Take my hand, oh precious Lord, and help me on my way. Give me strength that I might find abiding faith and peace of mind. So I won't change, but to my goal. Right now, lead me, Heavenly Father, to the promised land I stay. Guide my step, oh Lord. Please take my hand. Right now, where do we go from here? What makes it strong in me? Please show us the sign. We know you'll be there all time. So give us strength that we might find abiding faith and peace of mind. So we won't ask, where do we go from? Lead me through the darkness and through each gloomy day. Take my hand, oh precious Lord, and help me on my way. Give me strength that I might find abiding faith and peace of mind. So I won't ever ask you where do I go from. Right now, lead me through the darkness and through each day. Take my hand, oh precious Lord, and help me on my way. Give me strength that I might find abiding faith and peace of mind. So I won't ask, where do I go from? Oh, right now, Father God, Lord, your love has made me strong, and for that I'm all yours. Lord of mercy, oh God, I'll never find the words, the Lord, to tell you how I feel, dear God. Mere words could not explain. Yeah, gracious Lord, you held my life within your hands, created everything I had, taught me how to live again. Only you care when I needed a friend.
cool Oasis service stations, fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshment at the lowest price. The cleanest restaurants and the best service to make your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast. At Cool Oasis service station island wide.
Everybody sale at New Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and fly, water tanks, pumps, pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and tiles, incense and ground, up to 20% off selected items. Telephone 93-4560. New Jet Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
JPS say you fi stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's a new year with new savings. Get ready to renovate your space at Home and Things. Enjoy up to 50% off select items, unbeatable prices on porcelain, ceramic, and mosaic tiles. Extra specials on Spanish tiles, bathroom fixtures, faucets, windows and doors, beautiful lighting, home decor, and lots of new arrivals. There's no better time to create that new look. Enjoy New Year savings at Home and Things. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road. Jamaica builds with Home and Things.
Good day. Thank you for joining us on this. Good day. Thank you for joining us on this, the 105th episode of the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast. Issues today include Joel and Silveira murder case, local government elections, Gaza, crime in Jamaica, and Jamaica time. Desmond Richards and Winnie Anderson Brown are with us again today. Mary White is off this week. Doing the technical and graphic support is Joshua Black. Welcome to you, colleagues. This is a reminder to you viewing live that you may comment or ask a question while we speak. And just a reminder, this video will be posted on the Frankly Speaking Jamaica YouTube channel and will be available right after this program. Please share with your friends. And of course, we ask you to subscribe. I'm reminded to stress for those who don't know that you may subscribe by just clicking that button. See that subscribe button there? Just click that, and it's free. Okay, so it's a big agenda today. Desmond, let's hear your summary of where you're going today.
Good afternoon to viewers and listeners. Yes. Well, this week I want to look at the Palestinian-Israeli conflict.
It was part of February, yes.
On Friday. the political parties are active to get their supporters out. The date, I am expecting that the date should be announced next week. Yes, this week. This week, of course, this week.
This coming week, yes.
And of course, how can
your first part of February?
Focus on this thing
and of
called
course,
Jamaica
I cannot avoid talking about the crime situation in Jamaica. The blood continues to flow.
Okay, all right. We'll come back to you very shortly, Desmond. And Winnie,
political parties are active.
Yes.
To
Today
get
I am
their
going to
supporters
focus on
out.
this thing
The
called
date,
Jamaica
I am
time.
expecting
There's
that
no
the date
such
should be
thing, I contend. We
Focus
have
on this thing called Jamaica time. There's no such thing, I contend. We have
Jamaica time. No,
there's no Jamaica time. There's Eastern Standard Time, and we only have two categories of people in Jamaica: those who respect time consistently, and those who respect time conveniently. I'll talk more about those two groups of people.
Beautiful. Well, I want to speak about that first court appearance.
Brought a case, said previously.
Also, I want to speak about the local government elections, and I won't have the time to go to crime, but that's where we are. So let's start with Desmond Richards.
Oh, well, as I said previously, the International Court of Justice issued a judgment.
Of
genocide against Israel to the International Court. When the court did not rule on the genocide, they say that it is going to take them some more time. They say that it is going to take them some more time. They issued some initial judgment. Some initial orders that Israel should do what it can do to protect casualties. But fundamentally, they have not issued an order for a ceasefire. So the Israeli army will continue or has the right to continue the slaughter. And while the judgment was handed down on Friday, they killed more people. So one of the things that we don't...
Well, first of all, even if they had called for a ceasefire, they couldn't enforce it. But why is a ceasefire necessary, as far as you're concerned?
Well, a ceasefire is necessary so that the people, the Palestinian people, can get food and medical supplies. Right? As we speak, they are being starved. Limited amount of food and medical supplies are entering. People are leaving, and I see videos of snipers killing people who are fleeing.
And so people with white flags. People with white flags, even CNN is reporting that people with white flags held aloft are being shot.
Yeah.
But you know, Desmond, I wonder how much Jamaicans care about what's going on there. I don't hear it in the arguments generally. It's not much in the media. On occasions, when media reports it, they go to CNN, who's reporting on the Gaza, on the Israel-Gaza conflict is abysmal. CNN, I'm sure that by now people who really want to know what's happening turn to Al Jazeera. But CNN and BBC, to a lesser extent, their reporting on it has been abysmal. But I wonder how much Jamaicans care about what's happening there.
Well, Jamaicans, we have a position, a position that supports progress. No, but you are right, because the media, and that is our responsibility. The Jamaican media is not informing the Jamaican public about the atrocities taking place in Gaza. They are not doing that. And one of the things that I know, is that just like how the international media, as you know, is controlled by a few people who are in support of Israel. Now, the Jamaican media is not controlled by Israeli interests. But they have not taken on this position. One of the things that our local media has not been doing, our local media has not been focusing on issues that affect deprived people in the world, right? We have not been doing that, right? And therefore, this is one of the cases where as journalists, we are not honoring our responsibility to the people to keep them informed, right? So,
Winnie, what do you see? What do you see from where you are on with regard to Gaza? If you'd love to share that.
What I can say, I wanted to comment on what Desmond just said about Jamaicans not being interested because Jamaicans took on the apartheid. Jamaican took on that. Jamaicans took that on. But
I did not say Jamaica. I did not say that, you know.
Okay, tell me what you said. I may have misunderstood.
I am saying that Jamaicans, historically, we are people who support progressive movements.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I was saying that this thing is mixed. It all depends on how you look at it from a Christian point of view. So that's another story. If you believe that the Israelites are God's people and you go back to Bible days, this is so complex that I won't take the stand on this now because it will take you off track.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. And that is also an issue that is really knotted, but never mind. Winnie, let's take your Jamaica time, at least your first shot of it right now.
Okay, what I'm saying is that this thing called Jamaica time is non-existent. We have, the saying is there, but if you look at the reality of the situation, you have those people, every Jamaican respects time, respect their own time. And if you want to see whether or not Jamaicans respect time, go to a bank early in the morning. A bank that opens at 9, what is there? A line is there before the bank opens. And if one of them ever look on their watch, they don't care about the security's watch, and it is 9 o'clock, for example, then you hear things like, oh, what's the going with today? No, so me have to go work. So they pay attention to that. And when 5 o'clock comes, if the place closes at 5, you walk in there 10 minutes to 5 or 15 minutes to 5. Every Jamaican knows it's close to time to go home. And when Jamaicans have an appointment at the U.S. Embassy, they are there. If it's 7 o'clock in the morning, they will sleep in Kingston just to be there. So it is not true to say that Jamaicans do not respect time generally. Mm-hmm. There are those who respect time conveniently and those who respect time consistently. These are the two groups. I will pause there for now.
Okay. All right. Well, that's interesting because there are many Jamaicans who have a cavalier attitude to time generally, but we will come back to that, as you've said, Winnie. I want to turn to last week, Thursday, Supreme Court Judge Vinette Graham Allen barred the media from observing the first court appearance in the Home Circuit Court of former MP Joylan Silvera, charged with the murder of his wife, Melissa. The judge says she was exercising her discretion. She did so without explaining why and what for. Now, Justice Graham Allen offered that she may allow the media later on. Rightly, journalists and the Press Association of Jamaica, who represents them, and the Media Association of Jamaica, who are managers and owners of the media, hit out hard against the action of the judge. Let's just try to understand that we have a constitutional guarantees for open court here in Jamaica, in which any man or woman wanting to hear and see what's going on in our courts has been able to and should be able to just walk into the court Of course, there have been some circumstances set by some police officers in charge of courts and sometimes the courts officers, which intimidate people. But that is for another matter and for another time. Now, we know, of course, that there are particular cases or parts of cases where this may not be possible. It may not be possible for everyone to see it or for the media to be reporting on specific details in the case. In addition, judges have often asked reporters or instructed reporters not to divulge certain information coming out of cases before the courts. And this has been done. Reporters have generally followed these instructions, as in the Klansman case late last year. So you see, this is not so much about the media, but it's about justice and the right of every Jamaican to know what's going on. Now, the Silvera case has attracted a lot of attention, understandably. There's been a lot of nastiness about it too, on social media, tremendous amount of nastiness, and I grieve for the children hurt in this. There's a lot of anger too over the circumstances, and there is allegations. A judge should be aware of that, and that the searchlight of the media can only help in transparency and probing for the truth. Now you see, viewers and listeners, every man or woman can't attend the court. Right. Doesn't necessarily want, even if he has an interest in it. Can't come from Westmoreland or even from St. Anne or Clarendon to go to the court. They don't have the time, don't have the arrangements. That's why the media and the representatives are there. When a judge slams that door, it's slammed in your faces. So, I think it's clear that the judge will be more sensitive to all of this next time. Okay, Desmond, want to send you on to your second issue. Is he there? Desmond is looking at us sideways now.
Right.
Winnie, you wanted a comment?
No, I was just saying Desmond was not.
Okay, Desmond, here you go.
Yes. Where's Desmond?
Where is he? All right, he's
okay.
Up there.
Okay.
When you want to finish up your
yes,
point.
let me take it away. I am suggesting that this attitude to time, this cavalier attitude that some people have to time, you have more people in the upper echelon of society with that attitude. Is that
so?
Yes, there's something called fashionably late. Haven't you had to wait for dignitaries to appear? And when they appear, they give no apology. They just appear late, as if they are
because they are busy. Because it's suggested that they are busy. They have lots of meetings and stuff.
And
nonsense.
Winnie journalists have had to wait for hours for press conferences held by government ministers.
You are talking the truth. This one thing I can say about Bruce Golding, at least his inauguration started on time. And that was remarkable for me, because most times official functions do not begin on time. And
I'm trying to remember whether it was Golding or Patterson who decided early on in their tenure not to tell people that if they are there for half an hour and the function is starting late, they're leaving. I don't remember, but never mind.
I'm not sure, but I am sure that Bruce Golding's inauguration started on time. And this attitude that because you hold a certain position, everybody should ignore the fact that you are late. That is something that should not be accepted, should no longer be accepted, because time is the most valuable resource that we have. When time is lost, it can never be regained. Unlike money that just changes hands, time lost is lost forever. So unless we pay more attention to time and hold people accountable, when they come late, nobody should be there waiting for them. And most times they don't apologize. And I'm saying this.
But we're a laid back people, Winnie. That's why we're laid back. We're cool.
When it suits us. When it suits us, I said earlier that when people have their own business, Jamaicans do not respect other people's time. They respect their own. If you say, okay, I am going to give $1 million for the person who comes first, people will sleep at that venue. People will do whatever it takes because it is in their own interest to be on time.
Like the visa.
Yes, it's in their own interest to be on time. So this thing called Jamaica time does not exist. Every Jamaican respects time. Some do it consistently, as I said before, and some conveniently. And those who do it conveniently, among those you have officials, public officials. And I'm going to get hit for this, but I really don't care. Principals start out with that in schools. They disregard the time that is set for devotions. If they fail to preach that day, they will take up the first period of the day and no one should say anything about that. Bad habits from early. And students are trained to disregard time as far as...
That's quite right on that. The first period of a school should start at 8:20 and the principal is still there and knocking on at 8:30 going on because he has the authority or she.
That is it. So it begins from that early stage, and unless we do something about that, I don't think that we are on the path to where we want to go unless we pay attention to the most important resource we have, and that's time.
Desmond, your time, Mr. Desmond, your time. Not taking any more out of your time, Mr. Desmond. You promote.
Yes, sir. And I said I cannot avoid the crime problem again. This is the number one problem facing the country, listeners and viewers. I'm sure that almost the crime has affected.
Well, Sir Desmond, I have to correct our friend who has put up this major crime issue, because crime is down, Mr. Joshua. Crime is down this year. Your diagram there showing crime is up, but Mr. Desmond, go ahead, Brother Desmond. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, this question about crime down, yes, yes, the numbers are down, but we are still, I am sure, last week, the 15th, the 13th, we had 33 murders, and I'm sure since then we are close to 50 murders now, and we might end up with 50 murders this January. That's too much.
And this one is too much, and I'm thanking you for bringing it up again, because as I pointed out in the first podcast we had for this year, when I was knocked over by the numbers in New York, city of 9 million people, and last year they had 395 murders. 395. And we in Jamaica had 1,393. About 3 million population. We have nearly 3 times their numbers. It is amazing.
It
is disgraceful.
Yes, there's no excuse. There is no excuse.
And the gunmen are indiscriminate. Just this weekend there, I think it was Friday, they ran down a 9-year-old boy in Clarendon and gunned him down. And I think his mother is still in the hospital. 7 were shot in Westmoreland at a party. And 2 murdered.
Yes.
And 2 were murdered up in Nannyville there yesterday. And I'm sure there were more murders. Every weekend there is a...
There are more. We just reported one in the North Coast Times in Ocherius where a man just shot another man in a fast food place. The quarrel was over their position in the queue.
Okay. That is murder.
Police murders, Desmond. So what is your answer to that? Police can't stop. How is police going to stop all that one down there now?
Hello. Listen.
Yeah.
When you say police can't stop it, you can't. I don't agree with that, you know.
I don't agree with
like a man going for his gun in his car and coming and shooting the other man.
We are not saying we are not saying that we can have a policeman everywhere in Jamaica. Not that. But what I am saying, sir, is that we need to look at the strategies that are being used. The strategies are failing.
I will agree with that.
Right? Because what we need to do, we need to focus on prevention, right? The last time I spoke with the minister, he told me that they are going to be putting a lot of effort and funds into the social side of crime this year, where I'm looking forward. Because one of the things that you can look at, the majority of the victims are the younger people. And the younger people are the perpetrators, right? So we must do something that will focus on rescuing the youth from the criminal activities. The country must do that. No, are we going to wait until...
buy that. And it's not a simple thing, Desmond. I buy that, and I bought that idea for a while, that it has to be focused on them. Has to be. But it's not an easy. It's something.
No, but we must start.
It must be done. It must be done. It must be done.
We must start. What I'm saying, we must make a start, right? We cannot continue to count the numbers every year and look at these little
10% down or 12% down.
Yes.
Life saved is precious, but my goodness, man, we can't be into hundreds of people being killed in Jamaica every year, 1,200, 1,400. But as you have pointed out several times for the last 20 years, we can't keep doing that. And and people must be sensitized as well. The reason I keep mentioning that New York number is that people say them kill people everywhere. Yes, they kill people everywhere, but there's no reason whatsoever that these numbers should continue in Jamaica. It should not be allowed to continue. And people must make it clear to our political representatives that it should not continue. And we have some responsibility as individuals.
And the people have an opportunity now to put the crime issue on the table. It is local government elections. They are going to be electing local representatives. And therefore, they should be discussing these issues with their councillors who are
representing. Nicely into local government, Desmond. But guess what happened?
Yeah.
Local government is not a time when people take on these national issues. All politics that says local, but local government election time is not. What were the councillors? What were you telling your councillor about crime, for example? Give me an idea, a suggestion.
Hold on. The councillors are the representative of the people,
Yes, at the local level.
So therefore, and they are the ones who are supposed to be meeting with their constituents on a regular basis. So therefore, have them. It must be a discussion that they must take to the higher level. That is what I'm saying. The voters must.
Sorry, go ahead.
The voters should put it on the table as one of the things that they want the councillors in this local government elections to do, to bring the crime matter to their members of parliament, to the higher authorities. That's what I'm saying.
But we don't have a system. We don't have a system like that. Nobody cares what the people on the ground have to say. It's about we vote for people to talk for us. We don't have a system where the issues that are raised. For example, if I go to my councillor.
That's the end of today's program. Yes, I want to thank all my listeners and viewers, yes, for their participation today. Special thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. And I, as usual, keep safe, drive safe, and I want you to remain healthy. Remember, you can listen to today's program on Google Rebel Radio. So stay tuned until Wednesday. Take care of yourself. This is Rebel Radio, and I'm Desmond Richards.
Service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuel, lubricants, and refreshment. Lowest prices. Cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service. Your drive cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and off fast. At Cool Oasis Service Station island-wide.
Everybody sale at new budget supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and four-ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanties and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insect and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Road. Telephone 93-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of
JPS say your fist stay current. That's right. Update your cell phone number and email address with JPS and stay in the know on important details like account and system upgrades, emergency and maintenance notifications, usage and promotional info, and so much more. Use the My JPS mobile app, DM them online, or call to update your info today. And whatever you do, stay current. JPS takes the security of your data very seriously. Visit the JPS website at www.jpsco.com for more information. JPS, powering what matters.
It's a new year with new savings. Get ready to renovate your space at Home and Things. Enjoy up to 50% off select items, unbeatable prices on porcelain, ceramic, and mosaic tiles. Extra specials on Spanish tiles, bathroom fixtures, faucets, windows and doors, beautiful lighting, home decor, and lots of new arrivals. There's no better time to create that new look. Enjoy New Year savings at Home and Things. Old Hope Road and Constant Spring Road. Jamaica builds with Home and Things.
I've looked high and I've looked low. There's no one to compare to you. I climbed to the highest mountain